Hello everybody, welcome along. Assetto Corsa EVO. It is in early access. Assetto Corsa EVO. It is in early access. Early access means that you can't complain at all. Assetto Corsa. Assetto Corsa. Yeah. Early access, can't complain. Update supposed to happen today. Let's see. I'm ready. Prepare your bungholes. Hello, Belgium. Which part of Belgium?
Activating profile Assetto Corsa EVO.
We have to do this in 2D land. Because, I don't actually, EVO works in VR, doesn't it? What's going on here? Why is everything so slow? I haven't played EVO for so long. But this is the old version at the moment. It's not out yet. But I thought we could play the old version first, and then we can compare. Why is that not working? Oh, keyboard and mouse, that's why. Housenveld 1, where are you? We throttle, Moser. Oh, Housenveld dongle. What a dongle. Absolute dongle. You dongle. Hello, Thomas. Yeah. I didn't sleep well last night. So, great. Oh, great. Have you used the spoon? I haven't even had breakfast yet. I forgot that my microwave was broken. So then I was like, oh, my microwave's broken. I'll just heat up. I'll just heat up the pasta. Oh, the microwave's broken. So I've put spaghetti in the air fryer. I'm sure it will work. We'll have some spaghetti in a minute for breakfast. Spaghetti breakfast. What a disaster. Ah, wow. Is it direct drive? Better be direct drive. There's so many buttons. No, I think this is totally seamless as far as UIs go. If only developers had a pre-existing title and 10 years of modding development to use as a basis. It's ridiculous, though, isn't it? It's brake bias. At least it has a search function. Okay. This is all. Hello, Silver Cyclist. Look at this. We've got all this set here. Right, I'm going to get my pasta, my breakfast. I've played this for ages. Alright, we need to put lock to horizon on. Oh dear. I wonder if they'll have made the force feedback good in the update. View settings. This is weird playing on a monitor. Yeah, the force feedback's all self-aligning torque. The House Involved one wheel rim's really good for giving you detail. Yeah. 100% the force feedback is entirely just, there's no dynamics to it. Forgot how bad it was. Well, it's not updated yet. This is the old version. I'm doing some laps in the old version just to remember what it's like.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Welcome. Yeah, there's zero force feedback in the current version for understeer. Zero. It's actually, this wheel rim is really, really good for feeling force feedback. You can hear the tyres scrubbing. There's nothing. Even the rear coming out is like, there's no dynamics there. You're self-aligning. Anyway, let's try another car. I'm getting back into remembering what it was like and why I don't play this. I mean, bloody hell, we've been playing AC1 all week. It's so good. This looks nice, though. Sounds nice. Graphics good and everything, if you've got a fast computer. AC1, guys, for what you can feel as a game. Like, forget what's realistic. Who cares? For what you can actually... like experience and how it uses your equipment. Let's try a different car here. I don't know, I've not even tried VR with this. Let's try the F2004 again. Okay. You've lost an eye. The lighting is really nice in this, though. I don't think it's worth it for the performance loss, but it does look nice. Hang on, what's this? That's a cool sound. The sound is a lot better in EVO than AC. The sound's actually really good. It's zero force feedback for understeer. My field of view is like really high. See, maybe it's just because I've got used to VR where it's one-to-one field of view. I think this is all just default settings. We just haven't played this since, I don't know, since the last update. This car sounds fantastic. The audio's got a lot more clarity to it. Yeah, it will support ultra wides and stuff. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it does. It's not optimized for open worlds. That's not how it works. The engine's optimized for them trying to just make it work. Optimised for open world. No. The engine, the engine will be optimised for, can we make this game engine run on a games console, because that's where most of the sales are. that's that's what it's optimised for. Can we make it look as nice as possible, and god damn it, can we get it to run at 60 FPS on 10-year-old technology? Probably not, but we'll try. Praise be the frame gen. Oh dear, optimised for open world. I think they'll be working on optimisation, but it's making a games engine is insane. I wouldn't wish making a game engine on my worst enemy. It's like this car drives on a fixed trajectory. It's really weird. It's like no understeer force feedback, and then on braking the car hooks up nicely. So on braking, the turning on braking, it's quite nice. But no force feedback for understeer, and then on throttle and when in slip, it's like a weird fixed response. No like holdable balance slip, which is what makes AC1 so fun to drive. Fantastic sound though. This car is one of the best cars in AC1. Yeah, this house involved one wheel, which we're in the process of reviewing at the moment. Absolutely amazing for feeling the force feedback of a wheelbase in a video game, because the wheel is completely solid and really light, so you can feel every like minute detail if there is any. Such a good wheel for testing force feedback. And it'll be the same with the McLaren wheel for the Fanatec. It's good for that as well. The cheap McLaren wheel rim. It's small, solid, reasonably solid. It creaks a little bit, but it's quite solid. But really light force feedback wheel rims. Really good for feeling the wheelbase. Well, it's also the weight is in the centre. It's not on the edges. Because you have what's it called? What's mass called? What's it called when mass is not in the centre of something? Rotational mass. It's a lot more significant than. What's it called, guys? I'm so dumb. I'm thick. So. What's it called when you have weight on the outside of a circle that's spinning? Is it rotational inertia? No, the actual mass. So it's like why flywheels can be. You could have a flywheel that's circular, like a disc, right? Let's say you had a flywheel that's a disc this thick all the way round, right? That could weigh like a kilogram. What you could do though is you could just have a bit of. You could have all the weight on the edge. You can make the edge like this thick, or X weight on the edge. When it's rotating, the inertia. When something's rotating, the mass on the edge has more inertia to it. Rotational. Hang on, I think it's it's got a name. No, it's not centrifugal forces, but it's part. It's. Hang on. Is it like? That's so annoying. What's it called? What is mass at the edge of a rotating object called or referred to? It's the moment of inertia. It's the moment of inertia is the key thing. So if you've got a wheel rim, you could have a wheel rim that's really light, right? This could be the same weight wheel rim as this, right? If the weight was here in the hands, like if it weighs a kilogram, but that kilogram was all on the edge here and here, right? It would have more inertia than if the kilogram is in the center, right? So the point is, you could have a heavier wheel rim in a sense as long as it's in the center. The inertia, the further outside it is, the more the inertia will affect things. It's the moment of inertia, I think is the term. What do you mean it doesn't apply to a steering wheel? It does if it's rotating, not when it's stationary. Well, when it's stationary, it's once it's rotating, it applies. When it's stationary, it acts as like a hole. It gets very confusing, guys. It gets super confusing. Either way, the main thing is a lighter wheel rim that's solid is the main thing. The McLaren wheel rim's really good for that. I'm just going to grab some food, guys. I'll be back in a second. You don't have to do one full rotation, do you? No. As soon as it's moving, it's applying. You don't have to do a full rotation. That's just an arbitrary... No, you don't. That's just an arbitrary... That's an arbitrary amount. Like, you could move something by, like... If you think of a wheel spinning... A fraction in time, it's not done a full rotation, has it? But physics still applies for that fraction in time. What do you mean to calculate the max? Only if you're trying to define it within the construct of a full rotation. But otherwise, you wouldn't be able to measure anything that doesn't complete a full rotation. How does that make sense? So you could potentially have a really large object that's rotating, but it rotates at a speed where you can't measure the full rotation. You would never be able to know its mass of the rotational inertia. Well, obviously you can work it out, can't you? Not for a full rotation. Yeah. Physics doesn't just turn off. Otherwise, it would be like, well, wait a minute, universe. Wait a minute. We just need to wait for a rotation before the physics exists. So I think you're confusing probably a way to measure stuff versus the underlying physics that are always operating. I'm just getting some my food. I'll be back in a second. I was at risk of falling to my death. Luckily, I had a steering wheel in my hand. I fell out of an aeroplane. Fortunately, I wasn't rotating. Right, I'll be back in a second.
The pace car is out of control.
Hello. Ever wondered what happens if you air fry? Oh, hello, thank you.
07 morning, guys.
Oh no, who's that? TF1967, thank you very much. Ever wonder what happens if you air fry spaghetti bolognese to heat it up? This is my breakfast, guys. Sorry, I have to eat. Sorry for eating while streaming, but I have to eat. I'm starving. My microwave's broken. I haven't tried EVO VR, no. This is weird. Crispy spaghetti. It's alright, actually. Do any of you guys drink tea with spaghetti? Spaghetti! Spaghetti! Makes sense. Yeah, no, it'd be interesting to see what this EVO update's like. So as I say, current EVO, which we're on right now, it's there's no understeer force feedback. The physics are very boring on the throttle. On braking, it's not too bad. Like, it's quite nice how the car hooks up, but again, there's no like, it's not really like subtle balancing of slip. It's all sort of, you know, it's like ACC. Don't know what they did with the tyres since ACC, but we've been playing AC1 all week, probably like 10 hours a day on the Fat Alfie tracks. So good. If you haven't tried it, guys, if you've come in here because of EVO, you need to get Assetto Corsa 1 and get the Caterham 420R mod from Overtake. And if you've got a VR headset like a Quest 3, that's even better. And then you get Filderberg, Bremgarten. With the Caterham, or even like the cars that are in that AC, like the Lotus 49. Like, it's so good, it's ridiculous. I am the bait master. I don't know, we're waiting for the update to come out. We're Italian. This is how you get ready for a Italian update. Spaghetti. Maybe that's why I made this yesterday. I knew we were going to be doing Italian, so I had to have Italian food. Maybe the update will make AC EVO as good as pasta. It's been over a decade since Kunos got it right. Who in chat? Just a poll here. Who type AC, ACC or EVO in terms of which Assetto Corsa you actually think is the most fun to play, the best, like the actual best end user experience, you know, entertainment value.
The pace car is out of control.
So follow it. Be careful what you type. I'm going to use an AI bot to go through these messages and then ban everyone that doesn't say the right thing. Well, some people typed ACC. Can't help everyone. Imagine preferring ACC over AC. You'd be going against Max Verstappen on that, so, you know, you can't disagree with him. He's literally a robot. Max Verstappen still sleeps in a car-shaped bed. He's never left it. Living the dream. You guys have broken my chat room again. This happens every morning. I'm going to have to refresh it. Spaghetti DLC. Hello, Lentillion. Guys, check out Lentillion's Twitch channel. Give him a follow. He does lots of live streaming with different sims. Check him out. It's bad to try and enjoy sim racing, but you're weak and a sinner.
The pace car is out of control.
Well, everybody knows you're only allowed to enjoy the simulator that a real race driver that only uses simulators to make money with tells you that you can play. That's the rules of sim racing. Unless a real race driver that uses sims to make money with, even though they don't particularly like sim racing that much and don't spend much time doing it, but use it as a way to make money, unless they tell you which sim to play, you can't know what to do, can you? Hey, my microwave's broken. This is my breakfast. Do I ever play non-sim racing games like The Crew? I played Gliders in Microsoft Flight Sim. That's honestly amazing. How Itchy, it's pretty much just about every real-world race driver. Because if you think about it, why on earth would you play driving sims if you've got a real car? There are some exceptions, but have a look. Just look at like real drivers involved in sim racing. How many of it is? They probably like sims as well, but it's also motorsport. If you want to do motorsport and you want to be all right, motorsport's a business. So and it's so expensive. So everything has to revolve around making money, because otherwise you can't drive real cars. It's just the nature of motorsport. It's not really about the driving. It's about running a business. So that's just what it is. Are we ever going to get a career mode in a sim title? Well, what the thing is, for a career mode to work, you need good AI and no developer, apart from maybe like iRacing's got good AI actually, weirdly. Mostly I think though it's because their physics are like one-way physics, so it's easier for AI to do like it's easier for AI to drive with cars that are sort of more slidey. That's that's why like older vintage cars tend to have better AI, or like slidier games, arcade races tend to have better AI. But Sony have done quite good AI with the Sophie stuff. But it's a lot of work. So what's the point of it? What's the point of a career mode if the AI is not good? You end up with like the Gran Turismo thing, where it's basically just, you know, last to first over and over again with really boring AI. Right, if you don't, you have to eat some pasta, otherwise, or Italian food, otherwise the update won't come out. Hello, VR Hot Laps. Glad you enjoyed yourself. Yeah, guys, we do a lot of racing. We host our own server in AC with really fun combos. Just do sprint races. It's really good. So if you subscribe, you can on YouTube, you'll get notified, or follow on Twitch, you'll get notified when we go live. Would getting licenses and achieving higher ranks not be a career? It is a kind of career mode, isn't it? You could argue it. It's not what people think, though, is it? What the thing that people generally want from a driving sim, they want some kind of sense that what they're doing has a progress or a reason outside of the immediate activity. So what you describe as extrinsic rewards. Intrinsic rewards would be driving, how the driving feels. In the case of EVO, complete lack of understeer, force feedback, and very janky physics. That would be the intrinsic handling, the intrinsic entertainment, and then a point system would be the extrinsic reward. And
the pace car is out of control.
A lot of people, you know, they want like the sense of whatever you do, you'd have to be good or bad. Whatever you do, there's something counting up that justifies what you were doing. So, you know, it's like the World of Warcraft thing. Basically, you can be terrible at World of Warcraft, but the more you play it, the more you'll get, you'll level up your character just by putting time into it. And so there's a sense of what you're doing is justified. It's a psychological trick, really. It's actually, it is literally a trick to make people think that the pointless task they're doing in a video game is a rewarding task, but it's a reward based off a separate component that's actually unrelated to what you're actually doing. So it's actually really bad. It's a really terrible part of human psychology. And but a lot anyway. So it's like people doing a job just for money, right? Obviously you need money to work, but then when people just do stuff for money, for more money, for more money, for more money, well, what's the point? What? Great. Why? Like, if you're doing something shit, the more money doesn't stop you wasting your life doing something shit, does it? But then it's a good trick, right? So there's a balance. Nothing's binary. Sometimes having an extrinsic reward is great for giving a thing to focus on, and I say a mild sense of what you're doing is having value, even though in reality things either have intrinsic value or they really don't. Anyway, a lot of people want that extrinsic value in a single player type structure and a multiplayer type structure. But the single player thing, no real game's done that. The problem is, if you want to do it properly as a developer, it's very difficult. It's a lot of work to do it properly, because you really need a reward in the actual game. So like cars that you unlock, components that you unlock, credits that you then allows you to unlock stuff. But if you do that, it then doesn't go well with if you've got modding, if you've got open content, if you've got mostly a skill-based game. So then you have to make it limited to sort of cosmetics and things that don't affect the gameplay. Well, if it doesn't affect the gameplay, it's purely an extrinsic motivator. If you have things that you unlock after putting lots of time into it, the motivation for putting the time into it isn't just that numbers are going up, it's that if I put the time into this and grind this, I get a new toy to play with in the game. I get a new weapon, get a new spell, I get a faster character, faster car, and so that's the motivation for grinding it, you know. They're not, it doesn't, with racing games and racing sims, those two things don't mesh together too well unless you are very creative and really good at games design and also possibly have a large game studio. The problem is Kunos are probably one of the worst developers when it comes to games design. Like, they're good at details. They do really good work in many ways, but they're not. I wouldn't say they're a game developer. Maybe they want to be. Even Gran Turismo's really bad game design, the newer ones, and they're supposedly good. So, anyways, there's a game design lecture for you guys. That's year one. Year one lecture about intrinsic and extrinsic motivation and how it in the context of racing simulators. Make sure to put a report. I want a 1,000-word report on the subject matter, and I'd like you to give some examples of racing games and racing sims that have actually done a good job of utilising extrinsic motivators to make the games fun to play. And we'll see you in next lecture. Subscribe for more game design courses from someone that doesn't know what they're talking about. I genuinely don't know what I'm talking about. I just make it all up, but no one does, so it's okay. The nodding dog is attached to. He's stunned at the moment. He's stunned. He's so excited for EVO update. He doesn't know what to do with the excitement. He's actually catatonic with update excitement. That happens. So we'll have to calm him down. But he is linked to the physics. His head will bob. Let's take some more laps so we can remember what we're doing here. Sorry, I had to eat food there. So hungry. That was my breakfast. Oh no, we stalled it. Need a windscreen banner. Well, I do think eating food is disgusting on a live stream, but I have to eat, so. See on the throttle. Oh, thank you. Appreciate the membership there. Keller Gabowski, thank you very much. No adverts if you become a member. Tom Bland, the update's not out yet. We're just waiting for it to come out. There is so one of the physics updates that they've supposedly done for the next update is diff improvements, and that can affect how the car sort of powers out of corners. And how it can hold balance and stuff, but yeah, I mean, given that Kunos never made ACC drive like cars, I'm sort of very skeptical. they'll manage to make Evo actually drive well. Evo's great if you're under the limit. We see what's happening here with this car. There's no force feedback for understeer, but you just see it gets into little passenger slides that you just ride out. It's exactly like ACC. It's a really passive way of driving. There's a YouTuber that did a really good video, some guy with a Radical. Did a really good video explaining exactly why the handling feels so weird in Evo, if you're like used to driving. Yeah, you can't swear, Tom. Guys, check out Tom Bland's Twitch channel if you haven't. He does a lot of iRacing and he does a lot of crashing. He's crashed into me probably. To be honest, actually, Tom, I reckon you've crashed into me more than anyone else on iRacing. I bet if there were statistics for it. Ah, well, you better get back on it.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Oh, thank you. Shutter Vision, subscribed. Really appreciate the sub. Welcome. Thanks for using your primes on this. Appreciate it. What it is, ML33CG, cars with more sloppy tyres will mask the underlying behaviour that's with all... It's all the vehicles in the game have the same problem, but the sloppier the tyre and the lower the grip, the more it hides it. And so what you'll do is you'll get into a power slide effectively in all scenarios, but because your expectation is that car generally slides anyway, or it's a car you're well over the limit, so you're doing like a really wide drift type slide, it masks the underlying sort of response of the dynamics that you'd expect. So it's the same reason why if you play Gran Turismo, do the off-road stuff in Gran Turismo, the rally stuff, it feels and drives way better. The dynamics seem way more convincing than any of the road stuff in Gran Turismo, right? Also, like dirt rally and stuff, the reason why the tarmac physics seems so much worse than the dirt physics is that the dirt, it's the same physics engine in both scenarios. It's just that when you make the grip come and go faster and you have a car that's more snappy, it's harder to hide the sort of... It exposes the unrealistic aspect of the physics. Another example of that is if you're driving... drive like a go-kart in a simulator, that absolutely exposes the sort of underlying nature of the tyre model, because it removes all the other components and... Or like very light Formula cars. Downforce does hide physics issues quite well because it sort of stabilises everything. But yeah, like if you drive a go-kart in AMS 1, Armour 2, AC 1, Automobilista 2, you'll see all the it makes really obvious the fundamental dynamics of a driving sim, like in which way the cars are overly responsive or not responsive enough or can't hold slip, or because if you can drive even a rental kart in real life, it's very controllable and very progressive but also quite responsive. And a rental cart's not like a full-size car to drive, but it's got tyres on it, and that tyre behaviour, even though the tyres are different, is sort of reflected. So if a sim has if you had a sim that had really good go-karts in it, right, chances are if you scaled that up to larger cars, obviously there's other systems, there's other things involved, there's a lot of complexity, you'd probably end up with actually more realistic overall car handling. So like that Pit Boss kart sim is really good. AC1 go-karts are pretty good. AMS1 go-karts pretty good. Actually, the same thing happens with flight simulators as well. Some of the best flight simulators in terms of flight dynamics are like remote control plane simulators and remote control helicopter simulators. If you can make a remote control plane responsive and like the way that the air cushions the movements and stuff, which is it's happening really fast, but still having depth and dynamics with that all happening quickly. If you can do that at a small scale, it's all happening slower at a larger scale. Basically, it's not quite that simple. But so Aerofly FS3, Aerofly do amazing remote control simulator. I think Phoenix might have done a full size one as well. Better in many ways, better flight dynamics, or on a par with X-Plane 11, but certainly better than Microsoft Flight Sim. So yeah, it's just an interesting quirk that I noticed. A DCS is amazing, yeah, but I can't get over the menu. I don't dare load up DCS because I don't want to get lost in it. I used to fly the Huey around non-stop. I just don't dare. DCS is like an absolute minefield. And these are Sennheiser 595s, really good headphones. There might be 599s actually, but there's a few brands. Bero Dynamics, AKG, Sennheiser, really good brands of headphones. I like Sennheiser, they're comfy. We were talking about this yesterday. Comfortable, don't irritate my skin. I've had these for 10 years. I have 3 pairs of them. I used to sleep in Sennheiser headphones. That's how comfortable they are. Let's try a different car. Although Sennheiser do gaming headphones, and the mic on them is actually surprisingly good, and the sound on them is all right. Though, actually, of the gaming headphones, the Sennheiser gaming headphones are fairly decent. Weirdly. What's a good car to test with? Oh look, they've got the Caterham 7, Caterham Academy, slow version, beautiful car. Oh, an Academy Racer. Oh no, it's all the same. Gorgeous car. Like the 3D models in this are fantastic. Look at that. I think these are amazing looking cars. Right, it'll be interesting to compare this to. We've been driving this all week on AC. I tell you what though, the Sennheiser closed, the actual DJ Sennheiser headphones, the closed ones, I don't like them as much as the open ones myself. But this is like 20 years ago when I used them, so maybe they're different now. Oh, good stall. Well done, me. Like, how much of a passenger slide that is. It's like it doesn't respond to the counter steer when it's in the slide there. Oh, that was me downshifting like a noob. Magic money shift that. I always do that. It's like it's a slow motion slide with no dynamics to it. And I think the thing is, noobs generally are like, oh wow, it's so easy to drive, that's realistic, because it's slow. But there's no dynamics to the slide. Like, it's weird. It's like it's just it's like a trajectory stuck in. Maybe the diff stuff that they plan to put in the next update, maybe that really helps. Like diff simulation, or the diff can really affect the dynamics of a car when it's sliding and how it turns in and everything. Like that on throttle, pushing it over the limit, and it's just gone. Very slow as well to go out. Brands Hatch is a bad track. Look, it's a great spectators track. They've got a list showing all the updates. Yeah, I would agree for racing, Brands Hatch isn't the best. Well, maybe you need vintage cars like this Caterham, vintage minis. That's when Brands Hatch makes sense. Brands Hatch doesn't make sense with GT3 cars, but then again, GT3 cars don't really make sense as race cars. They're good as a business. GT3 cars are a fantastic way of extracting wealth out of people that aren't very good drivers, but Alton Park's really nice. Yeah, Alton Park's awesome. But probably one of my top tracks. Yeah, thanks, Steve. That's what hell will be for me. Front end feel. I love how I've created like meme trigger terms. Beautiful. Why does the car feels like a tank? Beginner car in EVO? I don't know. Well, it would be like this Caterham would be. This is what a lot of people start racing with, like, or you know, a lot of people do in the UK at least. People do MX-5, but not the cup car, like a cheapo MX-5, and then stuff like this Caterham is quite a popular starter. Things you can do Caterham Academy for under £100,000, even like I think it's under 50,000 actually. Bargain. this car's like drives like a more nimble MX-5 and better sort of more interesting throttle behavior, and you can see the wheels. It's kind of like, it's more like a Skip Barber. I think it's quite a bit heavier than a Skip Barber though, but like yeah, this is it's a bit weird in Evo. Like, it's very sluggish and slow, which is really weird. But thanks for subscribing there. If they should add a radical SR3 in this as well, really, because that's a really good. So people go from this to like a radical, and then maybe to like GT or something. I don't know, but this to be fair to Evo, like, this is the update's not out yet. Evo's already way more realistic in handling than Gran Turismo on another level. Or more interesting is maybe a better way of putting it. GT's not a simulator, but it's one of the more realistic driving games on console. It's good with the gamepad as well. Console gamers are desperate for an actual simulator. They kind of got ACC, but that's about it, really. Oh, we go to the update. We can try the same car, see if it's different. Is it really live now? Let's have a look. Well, it doesn't really matter if a game's realistic or not, but what really matters is it interesting to drive? Yeah, here we go. The updates out. Here we go. Is it interesting to drive is the main thing. Are the dynamic, does it tell you what's going on in the wheel? Can you feel understeer? In Evo, there's really not anything for understeer, which is really weird. So yeah, can you feel understeer? Can you feel oversteer? Does it have a range of forces that describe where you are in the slip of the tyre? Some, like, can you feel like the bumps and stuff? The track texture and curbing and that kind of thing, like high frequency. And then you want the dynamics of the vehicle. You should be able to hold slip in a car quite and modulate the throttle to change trajectory in and out of the corner, balancing it with the wheel. That's what a lot of sims get wrong. So it's more if are the dynamics interesting. There's many, you know, all these sims have massive physics holes in them. So you're on GT7 and it rained, you couldn't get up the hill on some of the carts on the slicks. Here we go, it's patching. I wonder, do you think it'll be full spaghetti bolognese or do you think it'll be a lukewarm carbonara? What do you think's coming? I'm pessimistic, Mr. Pessimism. They might as well, same publisher. Different developers. AC Rally is Supernova Games, but it's Bros Incorporated. Was it 505 that publish AC Rally and EVO? So might as well bundle it. People that buy EVO would be interested in AC Rally, so... Game changing. Game changer. Here we go. Play Assetto Corsa EVO. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome, Mike. So, well, I mean, we say this every live stream. I'm going to put a drill through my forehead. But the reality is, when developers go for more complicated physics, more complicated tire models, it's harder to constrain complicated physics. It's harder with any model. The more variables they are, the more complicated it is, the more advanced it is, the harder it is to get a desired end result. And so far, no developer has managed to make a complicated tire model drive better than AMS1, Richard Burns Rally, AC1. 0.5 release. There we go. Cars, Audi Sport, BMW, Caterham 7. The 4.8 CSR final edition. Here we go. That's enough. We'll drive that. That's good. The more racy Caterham. Dallara, Porsche, Toyota, Volkswagen, Watkins Glen, and Circuit Paul Ricard. Wow. I didn't realise they were going to have Circuit Paul Ricard, guys. Sorry, that changes everything. That's the track that we were all waiting for. I think everybody in chat can agree that Circuit Paul Ricard is the circuit that they love the most. What with its elevation changes, amazing paintwork. Does have an airport. That's nice. Just I'm opening OBS here, so we just have to wait. We can read through this. There we go. Will I test the new LMU hypercars? Maybe. Again, LMU seems to have the similar issues that EVO has, where it's a monstrosity, complex tyre model and physics engine, and drives worse than AMS1 and AC, and you know. LMU is good for online racing, though. People like driving GT3 cars on Spa, so it's good for them. It's good for those people. You know, if you have no imagination, if you have no imagination and like driving excruciatingly, painfully sludgy cars, then there's quite a lot of options in sim racing for you. You've got iRacing GT3s, you've got LMU, you've got ACC. I mean, even EVO, you can drive them. Right, here we go. So what else has happened? Track limits, shared memory fixes, dynamic track. Yeah, dynamic tracks, guys. Most people can't do 5 laps within 3 seconds of pace. So, not that dynamic tracks are bad. I mean, why not? New engine. But it's quite funny. Online code to allow garage car selection and the creation of races with specific mechanical configurations. Well, let's see if the cars drive nicer. It is the golden age for race sims and flight sims, yeah. Isn't it always the golden age if everything that prior existed would always still exist? So whatever the current moment in time is will always be the golden age. That's how people use the term golden age. They falsely. Like, golden age would really be... you could only really look at a golden age after it's happened, after there's been a dip in stuff. So you can't really comment you can't ever really say that now is the golden age, because you can't know, because you would have need a relative dip to be able to identify that the golden age existed. So anybody that says now's the golden age is wrong. So I'd like an apology for anybody claiming it's the golden age. Also, it clearly isn't for driving sims, like depending on what you want. It is for modded AC, but that came out 14 years ago, so it's the golden age for sim racing hardware, or has been for like a few years. Look at this, 3 versions available. We could just drive in this. No, hang on, Caterham Academy, is that a worse car? Oh, I thought it was a better car. Do they not have a high spec Caterham Academy? Oh, it's a lower spec road car. Right, let's see what this is like. Has it changed? Has it been game changing? Has the game been changed? Texture streaming. Do you know what? Texture streaming really makes me feel immersed in a video game. When you load in and everything's blurry, and then all the textures have to load, that really makes me feel like I've just loaded it. That makes me... It's just like real life, you know, when you first land in a country and you get off the aeroplane and all the objects start spawning in and they're out of focus, and then gradually the textures load. Texture streaming, guys, honestly. Right, honestly, isn't texture streaming alone, doesn't that invalidate all the other graphics stuff? Because it immediately looks completely computer generated. So it's all very well having amazing lighting, reflections, all this stuff, right? But you've already made people go, it kind of looks like a video game. And it's really, that sort of thing's really analogous to like the physics of cars. You can have like all the data points, you can have really good car model, audio, really advanced. But if you can't hold slip naturally at the limit, what's the point in all the other stuff? It doesn't make sense. The other thing with the graphics is like, you've got to use DLSS or DLAA or super sampling or whatever. DLAA, TAA. It's like, well, now the game looks really blurry, so that invalidates all the other graphics improvements, right? You can't just ignore the fact that it all looks blurry now. Dear. Anyway, just want to make that clear. Right, we'll drive this car. Why does he always complain? What's wrong with him, guys? It is, the pit lane looks really nice here. Brands Hatch is very busy. I think the sounds are very good in this. Still no, I don't think there's any understeer forcing back still. Oh, we stalled it. Yeah, it still doesn't want to hold. It don't want to hold the slip properly. Straight away, as soon as you turn in, intentionally turn more to get the back out, and then get on the throttle to maintain the slip, and it just wants to keep going. Like, there's no point at where you balance the throttle to hold the specific slip angle, which is why this game feels terrible to drive if you know how to drive. Like, you can do, if you've got speed, you can maintain a power slide through the corners. And that's what a lot of people notice. And then they're like, oh, I'm controlling the car. It's just weird to me that Kunos must know that this is terrible compared to AC1, even if it's more advanced. You don't need a round wheel. It's so slow and lumbersome as well. Thing is that there is like a depth to it and complexity. Like AC1 feels overly simplistic, but at least it fundamentally drives like a car. The track undulations and load of the vehicle is also changing the load of the force feedback, which is then getting in the way of feeling where the tyres are as well. So you get false information from the force feedback that's relevant to actually drive the car through the corner. No, Kunos are trying the best. It's just, yeah. It's better than Gran Turismo, and there is a lot of depth there. To think if you know. Well, the thing is, there's obviously like a lot of detail and there is a lot of complexity and there's a lot of physics going on under the hood. The problem is the end result lacks one of the most fundamental components of driving. It's like the problem with iRacing. It's got a lot of complexity. There's a lot going on. It's really, like, on one level, it is super impressive, like iRacing, for example. You know, you can use it as a great training tool. Track's nice, everything. But then, because of the tyre behaviour in iRacing, you just can't drive the cars like cars. Which is kind of the point of a simulator. The thing is, this drives great. Like iRacing, this drives great. Better, I'd say, than AC. Under the limit. When you're well within the limit, and you're sort of driving like a robot, it's more realistic in that way. But the moment that you're in any slip, like on the limit, not massively over the limit, but like on balancing the car, it's terrible. And that's the problem. This is where AMS1, AC1, Richard Burns Rally, Live for Speed. It's that behaviour when you're actually at the limit. Everything else might be worse with those games, but the sort of in, mid and out of corner behaviour, that's where you're supposed to be when driving. That's the main thing. So what bamboozles people with iRacing, EVO and a lot of these games is that most people, I don't mean this as a brag, but it's just most people haven't wasted their lives driving simulators or real cars. They don't notice, they don't know what balancing and slip at the limit is. They don't know it. So they feel like the strong self-aligning, they feel the depth of the car, the physics under the limit as you get to the limit. And that's all they focus on because they're entirely unaware of the actual handling at the limit and that balancing component because they don't know it exists. And that's 99% of sim racers. So then you don't get the pressure on the developers for people going, like what I say, you don't get the pressure from the developers of a majority of people going, yeah, guys, why is this not... Why doesn't this have the balanced slip like AC1, Live for Speed, Richard Burns Rally, AMS1? Why doesn't it have that? There's no pressure for the developer. So, there's no commercial pressure. So you end up with this one-way sliding stuff like this. If you're in a power slide, it's totally fine. Once you've already set the slide up and it's going in one direction, it's totally fine. Like you brake, like no skill required. Yeah, we'll try the new Caterham. The sound's really good in this compared to AC1's mod Caterham. Nasty Butler, we developed a sim that 100% satisfies gamer muscle and 7 hardcore sim races. That's kind of a straw man of what I'm saying. It's pretty funny though. I mean, why do you think Max Verstappen prefers AC1 over ACC? It's exactly the stuff I'm talking about. All the people I know that I personally know are fast real-world drivers, people I know that drive in real life quickly, and are fast in sims. It's the same. They're saying exactly the same things. No, some cars, when you get on the throttle, will actually stabilise the slide. So like mid-engine cars, that getting on the throttle can actually save a car. And also getting on the throttle can change how the like the diff behaviour and stuff. So it's not necessarily unrealistic getting on the throttle to save a slide. With Porsches, that's a totally normal way to save it.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the Normalist. So that is amazing. So it's probably one of the, well, one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GG mods. It's really good.
No, Verstappen likes the competition aspect of iRacing and the opportunities it brings, and it's good as an esports platform. But he doesn't particularly like the physics in it. Like, you'd have to be a moron to like the physics in iRacing. So, I mean, you can have fun playing it, but like it's got very obvious physics issues with how the cars drive. Like everyone knows that. Maybe you don't see it on the internet, but go talk to people in real life. Everybody knows iRacing's tyre model issue and netcode issues. It's just online is a controlled space, mostly with people that are very susceptible to marketing. But yeah, just go and talk to people in real life and you'll understand that most people think iRacing is ridiculous. A great esports platform though, and it's great for competition, great track models, nice VR performance, quite easy to get into. That's weird for iRacing to give you motion sickness watching it, because eine wunderschönen guten Morgen. iRacing has quite progressive grip loss, which should make it well, maybe that's what makes you get motion sickness, is because it's so smooth. For me, that actually reduces motion sickness. One of the things with more realistic tyres where they grip and they tend to wobble through corners, so you get this wobble type thing, that actually makes me motion sick. Yeah, if you want the competition, iRacing is the only place where you can jump into a Formula car, like a Formula Ford, F4, Super Formula Light, and if you're within 2 seconds of track pace, you'll be able to get a race with 2 or 3 cars. At least most times of the day. That's just the reality of it. It's not really a race, it's more hot lapping with other cars on the track that you have to then just stay out of the way because the netcode is so bad. But at least you can pretend you're racing. So, and iRacing is very good as a training tool because it forces you to drive preemptively. Because you can't lean on the tyres and because you can't risk heating them up and going over the limit, you have to always just stay just under the limit, which then means you have to be super precise with the pedals and preemptive. And you also have to preemptively turn the car in and roll it in with the trail braking, so it develops a very precise trail braking technique, which will also apply to real driving and other sims. So it's a training tool. It's not realistic, but it's a very good training tool. The problem is that's all fine. The problem is just online. There's people just repeat what a couple of race drivers say who totally aren't doing sim racing to make money. They really love sim racing, and they also repeat the marketing, and then the fan base obviously brigade online spaces with every sim. So like if you were to go to the EVO subreddit, it's like brigaded by the majority fan base in terms of what that Reddit subreddit thinks is important or not. So that just sets an online narrative for stuff that's just not the reality. Let's try this new Caterham. Love these cars. I mean, look at these models, are absolutely superb. Oh, look, there's a heat guard so you don't burn yourself on it. What's the fun in that? How are you supposed to cook your breakfast on that? Yeah, the whole trail braking video thing. It's so right. It's great to reduce, to learn something. It's really good to break it down into component parts. It's a good way to analyse something. It's a good way to understand how you can be better at worse at things. So it's not a bad thing to necessarily do. However, when it comes to any sporting activity, a lot of it is a sort of nuanced feel that you get from responding to what you can actually feel whilst doing the activity. So it's worth breaking stuff down, but you can break stuff down to an absurd level. And actually, a really good real-world example of this is when people are learning to play piano, like piano lessons, you have people that have been trained to play the piano, right? But they play the piano in a really methodical, robotic way. They're technically playing the music, in a sense, really well. Like, they're pushing the keys at the right amount, and, it's all in time. It's great. But it sounds robotic, right? Because there actually is like there's another layer to these things outside of just the digitization of things. So yeah, it's kind of there's an absurdity of this with the sim racing thing, because it's a way to make money as well, isn't it? Really, as a video format, it's like the promise is, or book or whatever. The promise is, you watch this video, will you buy this guide? Here's a process that if you follow, you will be better. And so it's easy for you to then look at it and be like, oh, that's exciting. I will be better if I follow these steps. They're nice, simple steps to follow. So then, oh, that's worth buying because I will get something from it, right? It's a trick mostly. It's not entirely bad though. Like, it's a good way of doing stuff in a general sense. It definitely has got to an absurd level in sim racing. It's quite funny. Sim physics are an art as much as a science. Yeah, I think the reason for that, it's very complex. Real life's very complex, but I think the fact is, a driving simulator is fundamentally abstract by its very nature. Like a steering wheel, force feedback wheels, a monitor, a VR headset, playing in a game versus no G-forces, you're going through a computer. It's fundamentally abstract. Even the most advanced complex models are fundamentally abstract. So as a result, when you're dealing with abstraction, a literal solution isn't necessarily going to be correct when you're dealing with an abstract framework. This is lecture 3 of game design, the Game of Muscle game design course. if you would like if you Open University of Mosul, it's a scam university. I really like the sound in this. Yeah, why is the throttle so brutal in this? For like not being able to counter steer it without getting stuck. So that was the biggest issue in the last update. It's like you just can't hold the slip. It either wants to keep going and you have to fully back out, or you have to do some monster counter steer. Why does the that would not be the behaviour in a real car. It's too dangerous. It's just way too dangerous if that a bit too much throttle like that. Have they still not fixed the throttle thing as well? Because I'm sure that doesn't help. Ah! The force feedback doesn't line up with the timing of when you need to correct. Yeah, but so the last garage is using a moderately simple physics engine. So, well, I mean, also I've spoken with them quite a bit. That, yeah, in theory, if you have all the best data and you put it together, sure, in theory, you then end up with a more realistic simulator. If you've got everything like suspension, drivetrain, tyre parameters. I mean, this is terrible. Like, it's getting stuck. It's just stuck in the oversteer that you have to then wrench out. If they can make it so that these tyres or the diff or whatever that causes this is not like that, then it'd be good. Look at that, just a touch too much throttle there, and it's like trapped. The thing is, people don't notice this because they underdrive. Like if you approach this like a robot, like how you have to drive iRacing, you're not going to get those moments. You'll just gently thread the throttle. But you don't have the force feedback to feel how much throttle to feed in anyway, so... It's a lot better on braking, though. Like there seems to be like much more sort of progressive rear grip loss on braking. Or like, and it doesn't seem to be trapped in the slide on braking. As long as your rear's not gone out, you've got a bit of slip, but it's not getting trapped in a... Yeah, this is a slow Caterham. I don't think the cold tyres are really the biggest issue. Hang on, why's my control stop working? Is it per car? Yeah, this is just a chore to drive. Like, the throttle behaviour is terrible. It should be like, as the back comes out, counter steer. You should also feel it load up nicely. It's just a binary count. Like, so in AC1 and AMS1 and Live for Speed and Richard Burns Rally, when you get that oversteer, you're like counter-steering not a single amount. You counter-steer like a varied amount, depending on how much you want to hold or stop the slide or where you're stopping the slide. This is like you're just wellying it in counter-steer. Like, you might as well be playing with a keyboard. There's no force feedback for understeer as well, still. This foot with the wheel, we're using a Moser R21 Ultra and a really nice house involved one wheel rim. And this wheel rim is super light, super solid, and you can absolutely, like, you can really feel force feedback detail very clearly with this wheel rim. So if I'm not feeling a range of force with, I'm also running no filters on my wheel at all. If I'm not feeling a range of force here, this like people on even lower end equipment, you know, there's a range for the rear. I wouldn't say it's garbage. I think that's an extreme opposite direction reaction. It drives a lot better than Gran Turismo. Sounds better than Gran Turismo. You know, in many ways the tyres are more realistic than iRacing. So, in many ways, not necessarily in all ways, but... The dog's bopping along to the physics. Well, if you're rolling into slip, then the physics won't bother you. Because you're not going to notice them. You're not going to notice the handling. You think it has great understeer force feedback? Well, what do you mean by it has great understeer force feedback? Look. If you've already loaded the car... Look at this. If I load the car into this corner... There was a very gradual and slow lightening of the force feedback there. Mostly, I think it was just from the rear going out. If I do this here, it's like a spring on the wheel. There's nothing... Right. If I do this, it's like lighter in the centre and then spring gets harder. It's like I've got a spring on the wheel. Let's plough the fronts here. I'll do it on... Yeah, no change in the lightness. Also, because the force feedback's so dead in the centre, that's when you need to feel a range of force at this point here. When you're going through a corner, it needs to be. You need to feel it in the centre, right? So, what you're seeing as understeer is not understeer force feedback. You're confusing something else. So unless you're thinking of vibrations, are you talking about vibrations? That's a different thing altogether. The force feedback is atrocious in this for what's needed to be able to drive. You shouldn't have this like springy centre area. The centre, like the absolute centre of the force feedback or the wheel is the most important part, because that's when you start to feel stuff, or when you're in neutral steer. That's when you need to feel it to balance it. it's so, that's like, so if you drive, that's so obviously the case that you need that. It baffles my, it blows my mind that a developer seemingly doesn't understand the relevance of that. I imagine what's going on is they're like, the real car has vague steering, so we need to do that. It's like, well, we're not in a real car. It's not got any input lag. No, I'm playing on a 120 hertz monitor with a DD wheel plugged into a 5090 with a 5950 X3D chip, with it going directly into the computer. It's like, I'm probably on the best system currently playing this game right now, with, and how I set stuff up is like pretty immaculate, because I'm really weird when it comes to screens and smoothness and stuff. So it's not the force. You're coming to the conclusion that force feedback's like a foreign language. I hear what he's saying, but no idea it means. No, it's not that it's a foreign language. It's that games do a terrible job with force feedback. All you need in force feedback is you need to feel immediately, as soon as you're turning the wheel, there needs to be like an immediate resistance that's describing the grip of the tyres. The more grip a tyre has, the harder it is to turn. The less grip the tyre has, the lighter it is. So if you're getting to understeer, then the force feedback should start getting lighter. And then you have the self-aligning forces, which will apply the countersteer to the wheel. It needs to just be very direct and very granular. iRacing with Marvin's app, absolutely fantastic for detail, even though the tyres are terrible. AC1, perfectly fine, like really great detail. AMS1, Live for Speed, Richard Burns Rally. You can feel exactly where the cars are at. Bloody Evo and LMU, again, it's like probably because of the really complicated tyre models with God knows what that's going on in the simulation and damping and tread bollocks and suspension, whatever, all the complexity. And probably them trying to maybe simulate the steering rack even more realistically with weird inertia stuff. It just gets rid of the information that you fundamentally need to drive from. In real life, you can have no force feedback, but you drive right through your arse, so you don't need it, so it doesn't matter. So it's one that you can have totally different force feedback as well, and as long as you've got the range of force that when you do like a 2 or 3 hours of driving, you can then equate the range of forces to what's going on clearly. So iRacing has totally different force feedback to AC, for example, but you can feel what both are doing with Marvin's app. You can feel both. AMS1, totally different force feedback to AC1, but both you can feel what's going on very clearly. Live for Speed, again, completely different to AMS1 and AC, but there's a range of force describing the grip of the tyres. So this thing is, technically this game is an evolution, but the reality is it's a devolution in actual what you're doing as a player. You know, still in development, early access, can't complain. It's another thing that seems to happen from more complex physics engines is the response of vehicles gets slower. There's more stuff maybe going on, but everything slows down, which then makes it feel unrealistic. So this is also applies to graphics engines, right? You have in modern shooters and modern games, you have all these like advanced lighting, ray tracing, shadows, and all this stuff, right? That looks technically it's much closer to how things look in real life, but you lose the frame rate. You can't run it fast enough, or you get with what are they called, screen space reflections, the edges are cut off, or it doesn't update immediately. So sure, when it's static it looks great, but it's all like sluggish, slow, blurry, right? So superficially, it's way more advanced. Technically looks amazing. Technically is insane. Like, it's incredible. But the end result is it's slow. It's visually slow, which then feels worse than if you play a game like Unreal 2003, Quake 3, whatever. It feels worse. It feels slower. It feels unreactive and does not feel like reality. And then you end up. It's even worse. Then you have to get DLSS and you have to have a £300 to £800 or £3,000 sodding graphics card to then use DLAA or frame generation, which adds even more delay. It's like we've got now. And then it's just like sim racing with the physics. We have monitors now that are incredible, like the force feedback wheels. We have OLED screens that are 200, 300 megahertz with 0.2 millisecond response time on the pixels, or even LCDs. Like I've got an LG 32-inch LG screen on my desk that was £100 and it's 144 hertz, right? I play CS2 with it. It's not the best for contrasting stuff, but it's £100 32-inch monitor that's so responsive. It's incredible compared to what I had 10-15 years ago for £100. And yet even CS2 has like bad frame timing in it. That's the least worst of the games. And this is what's going on. Is like the perspective of what's important has just got completely distorted. It's so bizarre. Anyway, that was lecture 6 of I'm too old and the state of gaming is giving me an aneurysm. To be clear, with EVO, not to knock the really hard work that the people actually working on it will have done, like the track modelers, the audio engineers, you know, people will have put a lot of work into it, so it's important to not forget that. Don't forget the you know, if you've ever worked in games, it's terrible. So I am not attacking their work. It's whoever's told them what to do that's the problem. Well, the grass is better in AC1, really. Like, this is nice grass, but it's like clumps of like. It's nice. It's quite realistic looking grass, but the AC1 grass is so spectacular. What is weird is the braking behaviour is like the feel for the braking. As long as you're not understeering, is actually reasonably good in this, or like just the behaviour of the car on braking. It kind of hooks up nicely into the corner. Well, I don't think they will refine the driving that much because, and the reason is, ACC, Kunos always were like, ACC's great, we're really happy with it, and it's clearly shit. Like, it's fine as a video game, really good for esports, great for, you know, really, I'm really happy for like Jardier to have like built his thing off that, and like the success that OG UK and the esports drivers, and that's fantastic. And I think you can have a lot of fun doing endurance races in it, or you historically been able to. So, you know, that's great. But the fundamental driving in ACC was always very obviously just like a robotic driving process, like immediately apparent. And Kunos never fixed it. They were like, oh, it's really good, you know, whatever. And also, can you think of a single game that's come out in early access where the physics have absolutely fundamentally changed? It doesn't happen, because as a developer, you have to build all the content and dial it all in and set it all up. If you change the tyre model significantly, or the underlying physics significantly, you then would have to rebuild all the content, content, which would then cost hundreds of thousands of pounds or dollars or euros or whatever, to for everyone to refactor it into the new physics. So, yeah, you don't tend to get flight sims, driving sims. What you get with the first early access, a developer obviously thinks is somewhat acceptable. I can't think of a single simulator where things have ever changed fundamentally with the physics drastically after launch. Weirdly, arcade games do. Like Wreckfest 2 has had some fairly substantial changes in the handling. But, yeah. Can't think of a single driving or flight sim. iRacing's had the same fundamental meta of driving has been the same in iRacing, with it being sometimes less and sometimes more forgiving at the point where the tyres turn off in a binary fashion. That's been like that for 10 years, even though they keep saying the new tyre models changed it. It hasn't, never does. Yeah, I think I don't know why the tyres are staying at 41, but that's not really the issue. This is on road tyres anyway. I wouldn't say it's doomed. I think it drives better than Gran Turismo. I think it will sell well on console. I think you'll be able to have fun racing it. But if you're talking relative to like it being an evolution on the original Assetto Corsa, in the end resultant driving, oh, that was me downshifting. Well, do some multiplayer, okay. It's forgotten my controls for some reason. You don't necessarily need a single player career in that sense on console. You can have like you can have things to do, like single races and stuff, and then you do them and you complete them, and that you can then unlock more single races. I think like the original AC. You stop sim racing because AC... Well, I still play AC1. You can still play all the sims. It doesn't really matter. Like, it's not the end of the world. You can play the old game, so... Yeah, but, so vibrations from understeer is a fairly basic thing, which any sim can do really easily. Like, either it can do it like from the actual... from a more advanced perspective, like, so some tyres, like road tyres for example, when pushed into understeer can tend to wobble, and that's the type of vibration for understeer. Road tyres tend to do that. Slick tyres don't tend to wobble like that because the treads don't move around in the same way, and it just, they don't do that whole chirping thing. But the vibration is not really the relevant thing for feeling the understeer. That should be if you're really pushing a tyre. It's a nice thing to have, don't get me wrong. It's great for lower end wheels to have vibrations and stuff. But what you need, when I say understeering force feedback, what I'm talking about is a range of force. So when you're initially going in, if you're starting to understeer, the forces should drop off a little bit, and the more you understeer, the more the front's losing the grip. You should really clearly feel that weight change, and that's how you know as a player using the force feedback where the actual optimal understeer of the tyre is for what's productive. And it also lets you know if you're going to make the corner, so when you initially turn in, you can feel that the tyre's not actually in its maximum grip because it's starting to lighten up already. That's the type of understeer feel you need in driving sims, and a lot of driving sims don't have it. But the vibration stuff is great, and it's the problem with the vibration stuff is that a lot of people fixate on it as like it's the most obvious thing, because then people aren't aware of like ranges of forces, especially on low end wheels, And as a result, you now have like full force and true force, which do really good vibrational effects, and they are great. There's nothing wrong. Like, it's nice immersion, and it can also be useful for like certain details and track texture details. It's just great, but it's not really the key to telling a driver how to drive, or in an analogous way to the G-forces and the rotation on a real car. But it's now become like the sort of marketed thing, and it's a thing people notice, and so people fixate on that. And then, so whenever you try to have a conversation on actual detailed force feedback, people go, I can feel the understeer, and they're just talking about the vibration. I knew this was going to happen with True Force. That's why we did the rap video about True Force when that came out. Yeah, a variable load and a range to that variable load. It can't just be on and off, yeah. But it's hard to make racing simulators, right? And then force feedback is a whole other thing. And then, you know, if you do realistic force feedback or not, and then how you decide to do that, and physics driven, yeah. That's ah dear, sim racing, guys. Right, let's. What was I going to do? Why did we come out of that? Oh yeah, settings. I need to rebind it for some reason. It's forgot my controls. That was strange. House in Vale dongle. Dongle. Hang on. Get that stayed. So why is the Oh, that, I guess that card doesn't have any Oh, it's alright. No, it's just that card doesn't have any systems in it. Which makes sense. Multiplayer, there we go. Fingers, is it? Well, we'll try it. We'll give LMU a go. I'll be really glad if it is, because sorry for being boring, guys, as usual. This is a very boring place. You get used to it after a while, after you've got enough brain damage from watching us. I think you can divide sim racers into, and real drivers. I think you can divide them into like sort of main category, big categories. And there'll be crossover between them. But basically, there's people that drive by feel, what they're actually feeling. And then there's people that drive in a more methodical, procedural way. And I'm someone that drives by what I'm feeling. That's how I do all sports and activities. And I also think that's actually how better drivers drive. I think you need that. I think that's a crucial part to actually maximising stuff. However, the methodical, procedural way of driving is also vitally important for being able to get stuff as close as possible to what is optimal before the balancing and feel part. And so that's the sort of like learning the track.
The pace car is out of control.
Preemptively getting the braking amount right, having a really good understanding of what the grip levels are likely to be, setting the car up smooth and everything. That's all like preemptive driving, right? But the thing is, an ideal race driver, an actual really good race driver, is a blend of those. Probably 90% procedural and 10% feel. Like, the feel bit is just the icing on the cake. The thing is, the procedural drivers do not really understand, especially even more so in sim racing, they do not understand the relevance of being able to feel stuff at all, and how that's useful and how that helps you to like understand what's going on with the vehicle and get the most out of it. So they just don't care or notice. I think in real life it's described as preemptive driving versus reactive driving. And you'll notice with drivers like really good drivers like Max Verstappen, they have amazing, and Schumacher and Senna and what have you. They have amazing reactive driving skills, but they also have incredible preemptive driving, and their ability through like raw talent, but also training, their ability to preemptively they can internalize the physics of reality to then set things up so that their reactive driving is just as I say, the icing on the cake. Yeah. Basically, I'm the reactive part of Max Verstappen. I'm that part. I have the 5% part. I just need to be able to feel what's going on with the physics. Like, that's the point of that's the point of spending £1,000 on a wheel, really, isn't it? And why? Otherwise, just play with a gamepad. You can be really fast with a gamepad. We're scheduling a multiplayer race here. I don't know. I've got to sign in. Oh, sign in with Steam. Oh, I've got to authenticate myself. Papers, please. Hello. This trying to log into my account has been really dumb. Ah, there we go. Super weird. It was. There we go. That was random. You have the top of the top AC graphics. The game looks very... hey, hang on. Calm down, guys. Calm down. One thing at a time here. Let's try this again. Right, how does this work? I've registered for the race. What happens now? We're just waiting here for this to load, I think. 6 minutes. It's exciting stuff. I need another cup of tea, guys. But yeah, so far with EVO, just some more content. Supposedly they've optimized things more, but I can't tell on my system. So I mean, I'm just on a budget system, and it's all running great. So you know, but the handling just basically is the same fundamental handling. I don't know how they can. I don't know how you test the game when the throttle behavior is how it is. How are you meant to? If you're working on a game, and anytime you push the throttle, or like you have to be really like weirdly finicky on the throttle, how are you meant to develop any of the cars if they don't hold slip naturally? You'll probably be able to get it to run on a Steam Deck using frame gen and stuff. Maybe not. AC Rally does. I have a fairly optimal price range, and it's running great. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I mean, maybe they have done a lot of engine optimization, so that's a big thing. With your 7900 XT, I'm very disappointed. Okay. Yeah, well, this is the other thing is, name a game that's ever come out where the optimization of the graphics engine has absolutely transformed performance. Like, I can think of a lot of games where it's come out and it's been optimized and there's less stutter and it's more consistent. But I really can't think of a game where it's gone, like, where they've gained 30 or 40% performance at the point when early access has started, which is what you really need for something like this. If you want it to run nicely on mid-end systems, it would need to probably run like 20-30% faster. Flight Sim's mostly, it's mostly consistency with Flight Sim. It's not the Unreal Tournament always ran pretty well. LMU was R Factor 2. It's always it's a very old and dated graphics engine in many ways, so again, it's more like stutter and things. You like this force feedback. Yeah, what you like is over the top self aligning for the rear. I would imagine that you're as a driver, you're probably someone that struggles with the rear of the car coming out initially when turning, and so the really strong aggressive self-aligning makes you feel less likely that you're going to spin out. But I mean, anyone can like whatever they want to like. That's just how it is, you know, it's subjective. But it's weird to like a lack of feel in the center. It's weird to like not want any understeer. But I mean, GT7 is absolutely terrible force feedback. So yeah, compared to GT7, it's a lot better. Yeah, there's more dynamics in, way more dynamics in Evo's force feedback than Gran Turismo, for sure. Just use your legs to drive, Daniel. There you go. Leg driving is the future. Yeah, well, the problem is with RAM prices now, and graphics card prices, like a 4060 is like a £200-300 graphics card. That's a lot of money, right? 32 gig of RAM is like £300. It's a lot of money. So weirdly, I mean, developers obviously couldn't predict this, but the fact is, AMS2's graphics are more than good enough for a driving simulator. You're playing a driving simulator for it to like look nice, but mostly for the driving experience and racing people and the content, right? So It's like Valorant. I mean, that does genuinely look terrible, but it runs really, really well. It's the main thing for or Rocket League. It's sort of relative to how it looks. That doesn't run well, but like still, the point is you're playing it for the gameplay, you're not playing it for the greatest, leading, cutting edge ray tracing reflections and stuff. And then, so this with VR, even with the Quest 3, so I'm using a 5090 and a 9950 X3D. To get 90 FPS in AC on absolute maximum, max everything, fully maxed out resolution, I'm running at like double the game's resolution, is still like a little bit at times on the cusp of getting, so at all times with 40 car grids, whatever, it's immaculately smooth. So, and that's with a 5090. So, actually, you want something that runs as well as AC or AMS2, really, because there's a lot of people they've got the same systems. They've got the AM4 chips, and they need it to run at 200 FPS to take advantage of the nice frame rates or VR. But this just says race. What's going on here? Race starts in 0. Well, what's going on? How do we actually join it? Hang on, do we have to type the server in? Doesn't it automatically launch it? Oh, what's this about? Why wouldn't it let me type the password? There is... Hang on. There's no race 3. Oh, race 3. What? Split 1? Split 2? Split 1. Okay. Oh, we're at Donington. Why is my force feedback strength thing not working? Why is that not working? That's a bug. We bound it. Not letting us change the force feedback on this car. Oh. What is going on? What? Qualifying. Okay, here we go. Oh, we'll just default it. Can't see this. It's weird. What's weird with this game is the off-throttle handling is quite progressive. It's such a chore when you have oversteer on the corner exit, though. Like, it's really weird. Hello guys, welcome. By the way, welcome. If you've got nothing better to do, you can subscribe, click the like button. If you enjoy people stuck in the past, if you like nodding dogs, if you like tea drinking. Well, stuff like replays, the developers probably going to change how their, underlying systems for how replays are handled. So it's quite in an early access, replays are quite likely to break. It's also something that a developer would probably work on optimization with, like the tick rate of the recording, where it saves it to, how it saves it, and all this stuff. So if I was playing any game in early access, I would make, if you wanted to keep something, don't keep the replay files, make a video of it. Hang on, it's Hyundai now. It was BMW, I think, for Donington. Misinformation ranting. What do you mean? Oh, I thought I got penalty then. Someone else's penalty. Do you know what the skybox is like? I think they're volumetric clouds in this, but having with shader patch, I think photo skies for the most part, like maybe the top layer of the skybox being a photo, always looks better. I mean, unless you had like a mega high quality volumetric cloud system. There are, I mean, obviously there's limitations to photo skies and stuff, but I just think they tend to just look, I mean, it's photorealistic, isn't it? It's a photograph, and it's half the screen. So it's difficult if you're doing dynamic weather and you want to have clouds on the road surface. But I mean, you can fake that. I think maybe having a photo top layer, like the rear layer of the sky is a photograph, and then you have like a cloud system, but like a very basic one. It could even be like billboard clouds or something, just very basic clouds that just for the transitional phase. It's going to depend how complex weather systems and things are, but anyway, the point is, for the bulk of driving and what you're doing in the simulator, photo sky just looks so good. This is the House in Veld 1 wheel we're using. It's really good. It's a really nice, solid wheel with loads of buttons on it. But yeah, people don't like how it looks. But it feels amazing. Apart from when it spins and stabs you in the arm with the spikes. But that serves you right for crashing. We're defaulting it, guys. No, it's just LEDs. Rev lights. I really like the sound in this is good. I mean, if you're driving shit boxes like this, you don't necessarily need like amazing force feedback and physics. Netcode looks really good. See, this is a lot better than Gran Turismo. Like the smoothing of the netcode, the force feedback, the physics. It is a shitbox relative to a Radical SR3 or a Caterham 420R or an F4 car. Look, I'm not into bloody road cars. See, on PlayStation and Xbox, people will love this. Can have a race in road cars. For some reason, people love road car racing. No, it's not. This is all right. This is running very smooth on my budget system. You know, 5090 with 5950 X3D, 64 gigabytes of RAM. How dare you, Turge? How dare you call a Caterham a shitbox? In what world is a Caterham 7 a shitbox? That is peak, absolute peak engineering. Again, you can cook your breakfast on the exhaust pipe. No other vehicle, motorbikes are allowed to do that. Most vehicles, Shelby Cobra, I think you can do that. All the best vehicles will let you cook breakfast on the exhaust pipe. In the world. Final lap here, we got We've got to send it. Going for the win. I think the sound's really good in this. It sounds like a rubbish road car engine. The slip, the way you counter steer the slip in this, and the lack of feel for it is so bad. Like, it's controllable, but it's just, it could be so good. There's no feel for that. Actually, as we go through that corner there, you need to feel in the force feedback the exact point at where you're starting to get more oversteer and it hooking up. It's just not there. Zero force feedback variation for that slip, which is the most crucial part of slip for where you're getting pace. Nice driving, good win by Max Permanento. Good racing. Yeah, one more than 0. I would like... This is a crazy demand, I know. I would like force feedback for the most important aspects of handling. It's a crazy demand. I would like to be able to feel where the tyres are at the crux of where you need to feel it to be able to drive and balance at the limit productively from feel. That's just all, it doesn't have to be the best. Oh, dear. It is weird, though, how the sort of behaviour of the handling... on the braking and turning phase is, really quite nice and nuanced, ignoring the force feedback. But the actual handling is quite nice on the braking phase. But it's as soon as you like getting mid corner and on throttle, or in terms of like knowing how much you can turn in, and it's a mixture of the force feedback, I think, and the physics being a bit weird. Also, it does seem a bit drawn out and sluggish in some ways, but at the same time, there does feel like there's a bit more depth in certain ways than AC1. Like, there's more variation to the grip coming and going, which I think is nice. But then if you're going to do that, you need more detail to feel what's going on. It's all very well having more depth, but if you can't feel it, But you have a question? Oh, don't ask a question. I know you've just said you've got a question and then asked it. Surely... You've just asked I would have already known that you have a question by the fact that you've asked a question. I don't know if that's worse than asking if you can ask a question. As saying I have a question and then asking a question, because we know. What is your favourite recommendation for an open world game? Do I think Forza Horizon 6 will be decent? Physics. I thought I didn't really play Forza Horizon 5. I really enjoyed 4, and I think with the gamepad, it's a fantastic game. I think 6 will probably be quite good. Like, I know the with Forza Horizon 5, the whole COVID stuff was happening, and it was just also like the development of that I don't think was ideal. Whereas this, the Forza Horizon 6, I think will be really good, to be honest. For the why, I get the impression it'll be very good. Hello, Chill Robots. So yeah, I think it'll be great. I mean, that to be in fairness, that was a nice race, right? We just loaded the game up. People were driving sensibly, which is weird, and we registered on the server. It was a really pleasant race. It was only 5 laps, but I think that was good. As a gaming experience, that was a good experience. So credit, that seemed polished. I mean, it's a shame I have to go to a separate website, but I think they're working on integrating it more. So, and I think that looked nice. The track looked nice. The cars looked nice. They sounded nice. You know, I think the thing is, a lot of people are not comparing things to the entire history of sim racing. So. I know, nasty bottle. I need a cup of tea. We've got 30 minutes till this flat 6 series. Is that with the Caterham? What car are we driving? Oh, we're driving the Porsche GT3 Cup. How's the update so far? It drives very similar to the previous version. I think it's just some content, really, as far as most people will notice it. History teacher muscle. I haven't tried it in VR. I need to get a cup of tea. It's definitely tea time. Paul Ricard is the greatest track. I don't know what you mean. Are you not excited for Paul Ricard? Absolute phenomenal track. Probably one of the tracks we all look forwards to, really, isn't it? If we're honest. No, not yet. You can do free roaming AC1. Just do that. Why? I don't quite understand the EVO free roam thing, right? You in AC1 you've got like the entire Japanese motorway system for Tokyo. You've got amazing countryside tracks. There's even like a surrounding Nürburgring area. Like there's LA canyons and stuff. Like, and then there's any car you could possibly want, and it runs really fast. So, yeah, I don't understand the free roam thing being exciting. It's but what do I know? For console, for sure. Oh, I received a clean grid cred for a race. Nice. I take that credit. The paint needs to be like really grippy. Have you seen that? You know the off-track stuff at Paul Ricard? It's like sandpapery. It's like a weird texture that like absolutely shreds car tires. Apparently. Yeah, Joe. Well, yeah. People that like Euro Truck Sim would really enjoy that, but then No one really knows what they actually had planned because Kunos tend to just say stuff without any like defining, you know, without clearly explaining it. I say Kunos. Someone at Kunos tends to be a bit liberal with how they use words promotionally. Someone, I'm not naming names, but someone. And then that might rile the fan base up into a like a misaligned expectation, you know. So and that could then backfire if you're in development and you have to substantially change stuff due to budgetary and time constraints. But what do I know? What do I know? I'm only a YouTuber. I'm getting a cup of tea. I'm going to wake up to another horse head again. It's non-stop, guys. Absolute horse heads. Yeah, I had to get a cup of tea, you know. How's everyone doing? Got some yogurt. I guess we can drive around whilst we wait for the server. Server filter. What's another new car? Tell me in chat, guys. I can't be bothered to Google it. I think it was a BMW. Hello, Richard Jones. We did the Caterham. We just did a race in that. It was alright actually. It's just it's the same as the other cars. Oh yeah, we could try Paul Ricard actually as a new track. Was there other tracks? So good track list in this game. Just new content and supposedly polished, but it's basically the same driving. Yeah, Project Cars 2 had really good licensing. Alton Park was with the last update. It's a good track. Well, good. Greek yogurt, guys. Top notch. With a raspberry jam. I tell you what. Always have to get the expensive raspberry jam. Pretty good. Why would you load this? Well, I think for the main thing with this game is console, right? Console gamers don't have many serious simulators. Is this new? It's Delara. Looks mental. What is this car? The car models are really nice in this. It's one of the best car viewers. Oh, hang on. Didn't they have one of these at Sim Racing Expo a few years back? With like... Oh, no, I think... maybe it was. It's weird. It looks a bit like a... It's quite a nice looking car. It looks a bit like a Lotus 211 mixed with a Porsche mixed with a Maserati. It's a weird looking car. It's quite. I don't know if I like it do or don't like. I mean, there's aspects to it that look terrible, but then some that look great, like these seats and this cockpit stuff looks fantastic. These windshields are great. I think it's the teardrop shape of this is wrong. Like this, if this was straighter. I quite like it actually. It's an actual different looking car, you know. It's a nice car. It's got a bit of a Aston Martin thing mixed with it's like a weird amalgamation of design. This is the camo. Okay, we'll put this paint job on. Okay, that's even worse. Oh yeah, we could do with some more colourful paint. Italian radical. Be interesting to see what it drives. I like the I guess like head restraint. So if you have a side impact, your head doesn't flop. This is basically a GT4 car. It's quite funny. Some of these GT4 cars just are they're too pretty. Like Jardier had his KTM Crossbow GT4 at Sim Racing Expo, which we looked at, and it's so it doesn't look like a race car. Like if you know most race cars on the inside, they're like all stripped. It looks like a shed. Just very practical, very bare. But that KTM looks like a street car, like it's all like finished off nicely and all. It's ridiculous. It's like a Maserati or something on the inside. For a race car, it's just absurd. You can tell that they're basically selling racing to rich people. You know, they're like, it's more like like fancy motorboats are. I like this. I actually quite like this. There's something about it that's a bit that's off, though. I guess if it only had one seat, it would be more like a back mono, wouldn't it? BAC mono. I kind of like open. Anyway, we're getting distracted. This here, the renderer does look really nice for car models in this. These animations are cool in AC. You know, like the driver fitted with the helmet. So the Kunos have like really good attention to detail for a whole bunch of stuff that really don't. You do notice it. Just a shame about the force feedback and the handling. It won't shut up. I won't shut up about it. Oh, sounds good. Forgot that there was a corner there. Not really a game-changing update, no. Handling and forcing back super weird on the throttle, still. It's super weird because the braking behaviour and the turning and the progression on braking is actually quite good. Like, it's subtly rolling in. As soon as you get on the throttle, it all goes to shit. And then if the back actually steps out as well. It's not that bad of a track, really. It's a pain in the arse to learn. Oh my, I mean, the force feedback is infuriating for any time you're off the brake or on the throttle. It's terrible. What's the worst track? Pocono Roval. It's probably the worst track. I would say for EVO, the braking is way more engaging than ACC, or at least with these cars. Super vague. It does lighten up a little bit when you understeer like that, but it's so slow and sluggish. We already drove the Caterham. It's exactly the same thing as every car. Reasonably okay on the brakes. Really lacking force feedback for understeer. Super erratic behaviour when the slip actually happens. More aggressive slip happens. And really weird on the throttle. Thanks for that. Craig's, appreciate the sub. Let's drive on a track we're good at. Why do these devs pay so little attention to dynamic track, dirt, water, rubbering, temperature? Modern devs have put a lot of stuff on the tracks. Stuff like dirt and all those kind of things are probably something you do later in development. A lot of that stuff's just sort of visual effects, I think. Oh, hang on, we're going racing anyway. Why does the website not have an auto launch thing? We got rid of that. I think they're going to integrate this into the game though eventually. I think at the moment this is just for so you can do stuff. How do I know which car pick? Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. Will it just pick the right one? Okay, we'll go for it. Yeah, the dirt being flicked up off car tyres does look really good. In iRacing, especially when you're playing in VR, the grass and the dirt effect, and then it having sound effect for that happening, it's really, really good. Why is this not working? It's a bug where you can't change the force feedback strength from the menu, from the wheel. Oh, okay. Oh no! Penalty? '60 is the speed limit. What? Okay. Not even allowed to join the track. Naughty boy! I don't know. iRacing is a bit weird. It got to me. What does it feel like? Oh, I need to brake harder. Brake's not very sensitive. Does it feel like we're slowing down at all? Developers, 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 developers. Bit of Bulmer for you. Oh. Hang on, this car has ABS. Why is it? Cold tyres again. Seem to want to slow down. Ah. Man, they really need to fix this vagueness of force feedback in the centre. The first 45 degrees, or first 30 degrees of force feedback of steering, and then the on throttle vagueness. I don't understand how they don't. It's insane. It's so bad. It's bizarre. Like, what is going on? It's been like this for the last 2 updates as well, 3 updates. So I think they think it's fine. It's insane. They need to play some AMS1 Richard Burns Rally, Live for Speed and AC. Bloody insane.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Oh, Kerbers, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate it. Thanks for Twitch priming us. Really appreciate the support. I kind of feel like the handling dynamics of this car are not that bad, but yeah, well, it's right. I know it's a joke. Like, it seems like I'm Mr. Complainer Muscle, but the force feedback like this renders your DD wheel redundant. Super strange. Well, how much fuel do I have? Set up. 30 litre. Well, I'm just going to put some more fuel in. It's a 25-minute race. 40 litres has got me enough. Most of the older sims are fairly decent feeling, yeah. But I think it's just... It's nice that there's people playing though. There seems to be... You know, you can get a race, you can find a race quickly using the online system. The cold tyres! Just didn't want to slow down at all. Hang on, he's half the grid dead. I did that intentionally, guys, to avoid the carnage. Oh, the brake bias is really far forwards. That's why I think we... I like how sensitive this car is to turning in on the brake. Like that's really nice. Like that's one of the things with AC1 is that the cars are a bit unresponsive until you really get them onto the tyres, or they can be. Like the handling under braking is I'm quite enjoying actually. Like you can nose the car in. It takes a tighter radius. You can be gradual on the brake, but no, the force feedback's not there, and the throttle behaviour is absolutely shocking. Noted. That's just my driving. That's just how I drive. This car doesn't feel as stiff as. So one of the big problems I had with ACC is that the handling is just really stiff feeling. Well, Alba Polali, you're not allowed to enjoy stuff. You have to form your opinion based off what a real race driver tells you or what an influencer tells you. Good netcode test there. Non-alcoholic beer. You also refresh the stream. I think you're a bit out of time.
Mind the gap.
I like non-alcoholic beer. I like the taste of bitter drinks. I'm not I don't really. The only sugar I eat that's like sugar is jam in my porridge and in my yogurt. So I don't drink like fizzy drinks or put sugar in my tea or anything. So I prefer bitter stuff. So like non-alcoholic beer is really nice as a drink. Like, I think the thing you have to get out of your head with non-alcoholic beer is the expectation it will taste like alcoholic beer. That's the mistake people kind of make. It's like, it's just another drink. So to me, that's nicer than like pop and stuff. It's more interesting flavours. Like IPAs, non-alcoholic IPAs. Well, no, it's not. I don't like getting drunk. I don't like alcohol. It makes me sick as well. I don't seem to get the pleasurable parts of being drunk that other people do. I'm pretty inhibited by default. So it really doesn't. If I'm drunk, it doesn't. Like I don't have trouble talking to people I don't know without drink or being stupid. I could be totally sober and do that.
The pace car is out of control.
I do really enjoy. I used to enjoy drinking. I used to brew my own wine, and I really enjoyed drinking wine and then swimming in the sea in the winter, which I wouldn't do. It's very dangerous, but that was really fun. And I do like a proper, like a light beer. It's really nice in hot weather. But yeah, it's not worth it. Alcohol's really damaging to your body. So, also, if your goal was to get drunk, beer is not a good way to do that. Yeah, alcohol's terrible for the most part. Yeah, the other problem is I tend to just fall asleep when I drink as well, so just makes me tired, but then I don't get good quality sleep. Well, it both wakes me up and I can't fall asleep, but I feel very tired. So it's really not good. But I think people are better off not drinking, to be honest. I do think it's a shame that a lot of people have underlying anxiety and the only way to improve that is to do stuff that makes you slightly uncomfortable, bit by bit, and then recognising that you've done that thing and you overcame a bit of your anxiety. And the problem is, if you get habituated into drinking as a way to get over that anxiety, you don't ever address your underlying anxiety, and so you don't develop the ability to... Well, you don't remove that anxiety. So it's much better to just not drink. I really like Belgian beers, though, actually. When I did drink. Left Blonde is really good. It's kind of weird, though, how people are so pretentious about drinking. Like... It's just strange, because I think people have the thing where it's like, oh, you're an adult now when you can drink. And ironically, drinking alcohol is incredibly childish. It's like, it's no more mature than drinking a Coca-Cola. But because of the framing of it for teenagers, it's like what a younger person thinks is a mature thing as well. It's really weird. As you get older, you realise all the things that are sort of presented as mature things, like smoking, drinking, partying, it's actually really childish. Not that it's not inherently bad, but it's just not, you know. It's a lot of things that are framed as being adult are actually very childish. Sometimes being childish can be good, though, so... Mulled wine's really nice. A good drink when it's bloody freezing, that's nice. Or if you're like walking and hiking and this is not healthy or safe, but that's nice when you're on a bloody miserable walk. That works. Anyway, no talk of illegal substances, please, in the chat. This is a stream for people that are effectively Mormons. I have to drink decaffeinated tea and coffee.
The pace car is out of control.
No mind-altering substances. Thanks for following. Welcome. Hee hee. One of the reasons why I stopped drinking as well, though, is like the abundance of alcohol. If you're lucky enough to be a YouTuber idiot, you tend to go to quite a few like press events, and there's always free alcohol everywhere. It's like, have what you want. And if you're someone like me that's like, oh, it's free, woo, free stuff, better take advantage. This race has been very close. Very, very close. What's going on? Is there just... I guess there's only one split of people. Oh, we got one guy behind us. He's making a move. There we go. I'll go deep. We can watch him. The dog's just, that's because he's in my car. You'd make that face if you were in my car. I don't know if we should try VR. A lot of people are saying it runs worse. AC's Evo's running worse than it did before. No, Chitey, not really. Basically the same as it was before. Alright, Matty B, 77777 Duodecillion. Just basically the same, I think. Have they reduced the number of noodle men? I think they have done. And there's one. Two. That's why the frame rate's gone up. They've halved the noodle men. 3. Yeah, 4. Kunos are working with the Noodlemen Mafia. So we have made 4 million Noodlemen, but we cannot sell them. Okay, we put them on the racetrack. Ah, it's off the track. It's off the track, matey. 2-car battle here. Whoever wins this race gets a Noodle Man. I hope I win. You can buy a Noodle Man for £250. And that comes with the motorised blower as well. But a lot of them don't have... They have like industrial power supplies. You can't just plug them into the mains. You need to wire them for like a generator. So that ruined my noodle dream. I thought it'd be funny to get a noodle man for the basement for AC updates, but the joke wasn't worth the £400 plus the electrician. But it would have been hilarious having a ginormous noodle man pushed up against the ceiling in here. 20-foot noodle man in a room. There are. I bought a miniature one. Yeah, I've got it somewhere. Don't know what I've done with it. It doesn't work very well. You can buy them in like 4 different sizes. I got a toy one, but you can buy like outdoor ones that are 6 foot tall. What about it? It's a good dog. He's reacting to the physics. Look at him. And the dye. This is a high quality attention to detail with the live stream. This is top technology. It's a SimHub plugin, yeah. I found a way to send SimHub plugins across the network for that. So SimHub overlays, you can add them to OBS, and SimHub creates like a server for them. But if you put the IP address of the computer in, you can send them across the network. So it's on my streaming PC's picking it up, and that's how we're doing the pedal and the dog and the die. Pedal and the dog and the die. Sounds like a weird song. The dog's eyes here because he's just sad. He's sad at the state of force feedback in EVO. Look what Kunos have done. This is the House in Vale one wheel. It's actually really good, but it confuses people. They're like, what is that bizarre 90s gaming peripheral? Sonic the Hedgehog popular again. I actually really like it. We've been using it for the last week. As we're in the process of reviewerizing it. It is very good. also incredibly divisive.
I mean, it looks how it looks because it is ergonomic.
It specifically is ergonomic. I'm not sure which Road Atlanta we have. Oh, final lap coming up. I better win this. This is older. Yeah, I do that, Nasty Butler. Just for you, I will log into our AC1 server whilst I'm live streaming EVO and doing such an entertaining live stream for everyone. I will interrupt that and I can do it whilst we drive. On the final lap. Look at this. Ah, we don't have it as a preset. No. No, I'm trying to set my server up. This could go badly. No! Side by side, server set up. Woo! Come on, track. Oh, and I run out of fuel. Ah! I run out of fuel. Ah, on the final corner. I knew this car. Like it always uses up way more fuel than you're expecting. What a disaster. Oh well, Road Atlanta's on the server at least. There you go. Oh no. Scammed? How can we be short of fuel by 4 corners? Oh well. At least you've got the cert. At least you can download the track. Man, I tried to do everything there. We almost won that. But sadly, we were let down by the lack of fuel. So that's what always gets me. Well, I think we would have won that otherwise. GT3 Sprint Cup. That's another 25-minute race. Let's do the M2 one. 6-lap race. Next race in 12 minutes. Here we go, register. What track is this? Is it Red Bull Ring? Track. Yeah, Red Bull Ring National. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the Porsche was okay. Like, I think it was generally better than the iRacing Porsche. But, like, the iRacing Porsche is just weird. Evo's super weird. Super weird sim, feeling wise. Then had some tyre slip vibration. I already have that on my seatbelt. I can feel it on my chair.
The pace car is out of control.
I can't remember. Well, can anyone else remember what the other new track was? Oh, Watkins Glen is a good track. Oh, let's try the MX-5 on a track whilst we've got like 10 minutes here. Yeah, then you select a car to then select a car to then see what thing's going on. It's like all over the place, isn't it? Why even if you had to unlock cars and that's how that worked as a system, why would it even be like that in the first place? Like, in the open mode, why wouldn't it already just have all the cars there? And in the other mode, it would just have the cars that you own. So, it's so weird. So weird. Wow, the AI is phenomenal. TC just avoids the car going over, going into slip. So, say if someone says TC makes the car feel more realistic, what they're really saying is it's avoiding oversteer. It's avoiding oversteer. It's funnily enough, the system in the vehicle that hides the physics issue makes it drive more realistically. It's like an iRacing. It's like cars with ABS and TC. It's like, oh, they drive more realistically. It's like, well, yeah, because the TC stops the tyres going onto the limit so they don't overheat, so they don't expose the issue. Oh well. This MX-5 I think is handling better than it used to, from what I remember. Yeah, probably. Does it have TC? No, it doesn't. I mean, it's ABS on this car, but no TC. It still has the huge dead zone to the force feedback in the centre. I intentionally just drove into him. I thought I'd be able to lean on him to get around the corner. Oh, I've got a barbecue with flames. That's nice. That's important. I thought that was a good line. No time gained. Totally legit line there. I don't know why he's driving the really slow line. What's wrong with him? And it seems more stable with whatever the default setup and stuff is. You just had to avoid the throttle like the plague and not turn in too much. I still don't know if we can really hold slip naturally though with this. I don't know why I'm downshifting there. I don't know why my dash is off. Saving electricity.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Welcome. Ollie Golly Gollo Gollo. Hello. Ollie Gold. That's his name. This is Zolder. Otherwise known as Road Zolder. Try Brands Hatch. It's got better. It's got tighter corners. Please say it's good news on the update. It's good news on the update. Oh my goodness. Car in the bomb. Let's try restarting that. I thought I sent it into the cars in front, but the cars behind sent it into me. Just as hard. Bagpipe car. Yeah. Oh, hang on, that guy just drove through the other car. So the AI are completely unaware of you. The car in front drove through the car in front of him. Look at this. Look at this. He's going through him? This car is literally driving through this vehicle. What's going on there? How is that even possible? Talking about driving through someone. He's completely through him. How does that work? And then this guy's pitting me. There's no... Wow. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go to the outside this time. Single player netcode. Hello, Courier's Life. Guys, check out Courier's Life. Give him a follow. He's on Twitch. He does really entertaining... Like, he's done it again! He's driven through him again! He does entertaining live streams. Hang on. What are they doing? I'm going on the grass. Screw you guys. Take that, bitch. If they can drive through each other, I can take the lawn. I think the handling of the MX-5 doesn't seem too terrible, actually. And the force feedback, again, is super vague in the centre. Very light springy on the tyres, not immediate. But it doesn't seem to just throw us out on the throttle like it did in the previous version. Like, it's a lot more... like, very easy to drive. It should be easy to drive. Like, these cars I don't think are crazy. I'm not sure, but I don't feel like it's holding slip nicely. It feels like it's a bit of a passenger slide again. But, you know, this would be good enough for good online racing. Let's pit him. Oh, close. Tonight on police camera action. Oh, he's getting me back. I deserve that. Sorry, AI. Please don't liquidate me when you take over the world. Thanks for following. Prop Wash. Yes, a flight simmer. Prop Wash, are you excited for Dead Stick? I am. And no prop washing gliders, I'm afraid. And that's what we're all about here. Premium glider action. Yeah, I mean, even with this car, it's a lot easier to drive. It seems easier to drive than I remember it last time. But it just feels like on the oversteer, off the brake, on throttle or mid-corner, when you've got the back out at all, rather than you like choosing an angle of slip based off how much throttle you put and balancing it and stuff, it's like a power slide slip, and then you just yank the steering to bring it out of that slip. It's not something you're intentionally holding productive slip angle with, which is specifically why AMS1 RBR Live for Speed AC, we need that on a t-shirt, specifically why those sims are so joyful to drive, is that you can balance the slip on the brake and on the accelerator, with the brake and the accelerator and the steering wheel, and control the trajectory and like how in and out of the corner you are, and whilst holding a set angle. That's not just a power slide.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Prop wash, look at that, man of good taste, or woman, you know, or anything. It could be another nodding dog. Thank you very much, appreciate it. I forgive you for not playing gliders. This is Evo. The sound is good in this, like the engine sound is a lot better than AC. Great update. Well, I mean, I think this MX-5 drives better than the iRacing MX-5, so and the Porsche does. Well, I'm not having any FPS issues on my budget system, so maybe it's good for everyone else. Well, I always drive smoothly, so I don't know. I haven't played PMR for a while. I've lost faith in that. I don't. They sacked half the dev team, so my issue with PMR was more that I just couldn't get it to run well on my system, despite it being a fast system. And then Ian Bell being like, "Oh, it's just CPU's too slow." It's like, well, no, I don't think it is, but that's just weird. So I think my sort of pretty high spec system, if I can't get a consistent 80 FPS, that's a bit of a problem, bit of an issue there. I actually quite like how the cars drive in PMR though, like the force feedback if you set it up correctly. The vintage cars are actually quite fun to drive and race. Netcode's quite good. The online structure thing's quite good. Just it's mostly a performance issue, and sort of just inconsistency. But as, you know, as a jump-in online to race game, if the engine wasn't technically broken, it'd be fine. Also, £70 as well, I think, is a bit. If you sell a game for £70, it has to be polished. Right, we've got this online racing. We'll try another one of these. Right, Hang on. Why can't I just join? Oh dear. Why is this not automatically working? Oh, get ready for the texture to load. Oh, half loaded. Oh, come on, find those textures. Find those textures, you know you want to. No rush for the texture. There it is, finally. Texture streaming. Oh, it looks so bad. So bad. Good for low-end systems, I guess. So it makes sense on my budget system for it to take so long. Why not have it fade as well? Like, there's got to... What would be a good way of doing it is it might take long to load the texture, but once it's got it to load, don't update it immediately. Update it with a fade between the two textures somehow. That probably gets resource intensive to do that for every texture. I don't know, but I'm sure you could do anything. That'd probably be a lot less jarring. Yeah, I'm sure it's like really complicated, and it's actually just easier to display it. And when it comes to unloading and loading, having it fade in is probably massively adds like a shitload of extra memory resources, defeating the point of texture streaming. But you know, that would be ideal. Programmers can do anything. I'm sure they could do that. I bet the Gran Turismo, not Gran Turismo, what's it called? GTA game does it. I mean, they've done that with asset loading in the past. Like you have a 3D object, especially on consoles, where they would load it and then it was sort of like checkerboarding. Maybe it looks worse with it fading in though. Oh no, Jesus is in here. Oh, I can't beat Jesus. It's too good. Jesus is always on it. I just came up with a really good idea. Not going to tell you guys. But just came up with a good idea for sim rigs. That's how my brain works. My brain's doing like... there's some stuff going on in the background. Unrelated to anything that's currently happening. And then it goes, oh, good idea. I'll let you know. I'll let you know this good idea in the future if it was a good idea. We'll have to test it out first. Don't know why I'm telling you guys, but now you can be excited about my good idea. But it could be a terrible idea. Might be lying. Could have just made it up. You don't expect positive anymore from EVO. That's the right atmosphere. This could be the last time we get to chill before AI agents hack us all out. Well, I'm pretty sure everyone in our chat... I mean, I'm an AI agent. Yeah. It is an actual nodding dog, yeah. It nods based off the physics. If you're getting deer with no eyes. Oh, not a no idea. Hang on, did I just miss qualifying? What's happening here? Hang on, is this broken? Finished. Hang on, is everyone leaving? Oh, it doesn't work. Hang on, we joined a finished race. Oh. Apparently, I think we missed the race. Okay, that was great. Great success. I don't know why it let us join now. I was waiting for it to go down and then we joined it and it says it's finished. Maybe, I don't know what that's about. Good race there, because you enjoyed that. That was random. Try and do the next one. I mean, I don't know if I can be bothered. Today's low energy day. Wow. Well, what other new cars has it got? Hang on. How is this just go all and then it goes to this? But it's not all. Oh, no. What's this about? My car. Oh, it shouldn't even have my car, should it? Why would you even have my car? They're all your cars. It's very confusing. They've clearly not done a bunch of stuff yet. Oh, let's see what this is like. This is a nice car. Oh my goodness, this UI. Alton Park, here we go with this. Good loading times in this. Oh, this car sounds terrible. Look how in line they are. It's like a formation mini train. I mean, this is better than the go-kart we were driving last night in AC1. It's better than that. Should we just absolutely ram him off on this next corner? Take that! No path for you to follow now. Let's wait for another one. See, let's just do some blocking. They do the same thing that the AC1 AI do, where they really struggle to pass you. Let's do that to another one. You ready? Come on. Come on. Come on. Ready. It's your turn now. It's your turn now.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Woo! Woo! Nailed it. Mini's pretty good off-road. Woo! Alright, this guy's going next. This time you're going into the wall on the left, mate. Here we go. That should be a game mode. How many cars can you got a pit maneuver 10 cars before the end of the race? Ah, oh, no, all my car's damaged. Right. Yeah. That was good fun. I mean, this car, like, there's like quite nice, some quite nice dynamics on the brake, and like some, there is some like nice dynamics to the tyre grip and stuff, but I think the vagary of the force feedback, especially on throttle, is really hiding it, and then just that vague and the vague force feedback in the centre is really hiding the connectedness of the road, or feeling the connectedness of the road, and there doesn't seem to be anything for understeer particularly. You feel the rear rotation, but understeer is really lacking in feeling it. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the physics, the on-throttle physics, I think are also a problem. So maybe that's like a diff thing, maybe. Or, I don't know, it's like, as soon as you get, with a lot of the race cars, and just in general, when you get on the throttle, it's just like, the rear, when the rear goes over the limit on the throttle, it doesn't want you to be able to hold a certain amount of slip from throttle angle. It just wants to either keep going, or you just counter steer and it stops, or you come off the throttle and it stops. It doesn't want you to be able to hold the slip, which is that's the crucial thing. That's the as you have on the braking, you should be able to hold the slip on the braking, and you should be able to do it on the throttle as well. But then also it's a mixture of stuff, like not being able to feel it. It's only 0.5, so I mean technically it's the game's only half done, so 1.0 will be twice as good as what we're seeing here. So for a game that's half as good as it's meant to be when it launches, you know, that means that the final version should be really good. Like the force feedback will be twice as good, graphics be twice as good, frame rate twice as good, Paul Ricard will be twice as good. So the thing is, right, imagine if Kunos didn't announce EVO 2 years ago, or 1.5 years ago. Imagine if they announced it at this year's Sim Racing Expo, and then imagine if they just did a demo version that had 2 or 3 tracks, and it was just the MX-5 as it drives right now. Maybe the Mini, or maybe one other car, like 3 cars on 2 tracks, with the very basics of the online multiplayer that they've got now, with it just looping around. Then I think people would have been like mega hyped. I mean, maybe they are mega hyped still, but I don't know. I mean, people seem interested in EVO still, I think. Like, you get a lot of people complaining online, but if people are complaining about a game, it means they're still somehow invested in it to some degree. You notice that when a game is really, like, actually dead, no one talks about it at all, right? Not even positively or negatively, they just don't care. But I think the thing is, there's a lot of... on console, there's just desperation for a realistic driving game, and also the console has people with no life, the younger people, so they've got more free time, right? So they'll be more active online, and they'll be more invested in talking about stuff. So I think that's a big plus for AC Evo. And also that younger audience really wants the cruising stuff as well. They really want the single player, which is why they were so annoyed when they've announced changing it. What's the difference between Competizione, just more different, like road cars and stuff? More people are interested in road cars than they are race cars. Or, like, there's a wider audience. I mean, in the long term, this is a platform that they can develop more. Like, if you're locked into Unreal Engine, you're probably a bit restricted into how you can develop it. Wow. But, yeah. I think I'm pretty done. I mean, it's all right. I don't think it's terrible. Like, if you've got a fast computer, it looks nice. It's just there's still some like fundamental physics things that are a bit grating, and you know, we haven't had any like crashes or anything like that. And the online race we did in the Toyota was quite nice. The sound's quite nice in a lot of the cars. You just had to click off Kira's channel because he's an ad channel. What's an ad channel? Legacy AC force feedback option. Well, the thing is, the force feedback of AC is a result of the physics. Like, the force feedback code in this might not be that different from AC, but the physics are different, and then that can mask force feedback details. What do I think about purchasing servers? It depends on the price of them. It's not necessarily a bad thing if it can be done at a good price. You know, we host I pay £15 a month to host a 30 slot AC1 server for people to, when we do racing with the community. I don't think it's a bad idea for a developer to offer it through the game, like how iRacing does it. And even if it's relatively speaking more expensive than if you were to host a server, I don't think that matters too much either, as long as it's not ludicrously expensive, and also as long as they make it very convenient. Also, if their servers are set up really well, obviously. We use Emperor servers for our AC server, and their servers run really, really well. We have people playing from all over the world on our server, and it's pretty consistent. Sometimes there's like weird stuff happens, but it's very good. Like better quality. AC1, we get better quality netcode and racing than iRacing. Even though we're racing against people with 300 ping. It breaks when you get to like 380, 400 ping. That's when crazy shit happens. Or when someone joins the server with really spotty Wi-Fi internet. But yeah, right. I think my excitement levels have. I'm the dog. The dog is traumatized. I think I might have a cup of tea and just have a rest today. My tendonitis in my left hand is hurting quite a bit as well, so probably that's good. Good time to give it a rest, and then we need to check out LMU update as well at some point. I don't know if we'll do that today or tomorrow or whenever, but yeah. Appreciate everyone watching though. So I appreciate Kunos doing the update. Whenever there's an update, we get more viewers, so that's nice. And, thanks everyone that's been members and donated and subbed and everything today. Appreciate that. If you want to catch us for our online hosted races, we do on AC with the awesome Fat Alfie vintage tracks in the Caterham. Follow us on Twitch, follow us on YouTube, and you get notified when we go live. You can join in on that. It's really good fun. I might add an extra 10 slots to the server, because I think if we can have a 40-car Caterham race on Sunday, I think that'll be absolutely awesome. Right, there we go, guys. Is Ricardo streaming? It'd be good to rate him if he is. He normally streams updates. Who's CMAT89? I don't know them. English? Are they English? Yeah. There seem to be many people playing EVO on Twitch. I'll give this guy a raid. Can't see random call sign. Oh, here he is. No, I found random call sign. There we go. Right. Thanks for watching, guys. Have a good one. I'll catch you guys soon. Give Random Call Sign a follow if you haven't. He's a good guy. Does reviews. He's on YouTube as well. And he's beautiful. Take care. Bye. Bye, guys.